coming together so that we can celebrate not only the wonderful piano players in our midst, with whom I have a particular love affair, but I'll talk about that as we go on. So celebrating both the pianists and also the tradition and the rich music and vitality that piano players have up here and in here. And also we're celebrating a special new addition to Tuesday Night Jazz at the Church, which is a lovely 20-year-old Yamaha C5. Ta-da! I don't know if we can cut to anything, but I'm just going to keep going ta-da, because that's such a good idea to say ta-da, there's the piano. So we're super excited because for me, I love piano players so much. They do all the things that I don't get to do on the drums. And so we thought, I thought, and we agitated for a fancy concert piano that would be worthy of such great history and piano players. And so we got one. And so now we're just figuring out how to pay for it. And so that's why we say in subsequent years. So hopefully next year and later on we'll just have a big jam session when we actually do officially buy it. So today is part fundraiser, part awareness builder, and part community connector. And so I'm very excited to start the afternoon off with the wonderful Toni Blodgett. Thank you, Toni. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, I am just privileged to be here.
Oh, get out of here.
Amongst all the list of people that you've got coming. You should mention some of those names maybe, Kelvin.
Well, okay. If you tune in and join us physically and from the World Wide Web, we've got people such as, well, if I go, we've got the Piano in the Round coming up, and we'll have a bunch of different piano players hopefully sitting in and joining us there. And then we start with Brooke Maxwell at 6:30 p.m., followed by the great Dr. Toni Genge at 7 o'clock. A little cameo by John Lee in there in the middle, probably. And then we have the wonderful Pablo Cardenas, Cuban pianist. And then we have David Vest. We have the Hungarian, Victorian, Toronto-based pianist Attila Fias. And then rounding it out in style, we have the wonderful Ms. Louise Rose, who will be playing a solo set. And that's, I think, at 8:30 or 9 or somewhere therein.
She said, anyway, that it was 9 o'clock.
All right.
Just so you know.
Well, I'll be here, so it should be a lot of fun.
This is true. You will be here.
Yeah, I can't go anywhere. I'm pretty much tethered.
Yeah. Well, I thought since I was the kickoff that I would stick to what I've always loved and what got me into doing this, because I came to it very late in life. But it was always... You didn't know that?
I didn't know that. I just thought you've been playing since you were Juna's age.
Well, I did start out playing the piano. I think I was just maybe your daughter's age.
Okay.
Before we got a piano, I would sit on my knees and play on the back of the sofa.
Oh, right
So
on.
finally they broke down and got me a piano.
Okay.
And I did take music lessons, yes. But at a young age, I went to San Francisco.
Okay.
And first of all, being the child of the times that I was born in, who knew there was even a music business?
Yeah.
I certainly didn't, and nor did I think I could ever compete. Being from a farm in Saskatchewan, in the city of San Francisco, there were bound to be thousands of piano players a lot better than me. So it wasn't until I moved here to Victoria and was on my own, and I just thought, you know, girl, it's time you did something you really love. And I got my first little job down at the old Cherry Bank Rib House.
Yes, right on.
I thought, you know, I think I could do that. I know all those tunes, the sing-along.
And so you never stopped playing. You just didn't launch your career.
Well, no, I didn't have a piano all those years in San Francisco either.
Is that right?
Until my husband, I married, and then my husband bought me a piano, and I sort of started. But no, I didn't do anything seriously.
Okay. And so where from in Saskatchewan?
Well, if I told you, I don't think it would mean much to you. A village of about 500 people, maybe up to 800 now. Elrose, Saskatchewan.
Right on. Well, my family is from Prince Albert and North Battleford.
Oh, well, we're just south of you.
Yeah.
Pretty much everybody is south of you when you're from Prince Albert. Yeah, so it's west of Saskatoon.
Yeah,
and,
very cool.
Yeah. It was a little tiny town with 2 piano teachers. And my first piano teacher very much encouraged my ear. And I can remember at a concert, and Mrs. Raycroft said something to the effect of, you know, now Toadette is going to play, and she's made up her own left hand. So then at a point she moved me over to the classical teacher in town, and boy, oh boy, I went in suggesting to her one day that I had a better ending for one of the tunes, and she just jumped all over me and said, "You think you know better than Johann Sebastian Bach?" So I did not tell her any more about me playing by ear. And that's been good for me and bad for me, because my reading skills are kind of not as good as they should be because of the old ear. But anyway, that's my story, Kelby.
And can you tell me, who are some of the piano players that you love most from that music that most inspired you? Are there a few names on the tip of your tongue?
Well, yes, and I'm going to play their music.
Okay.
I think the first one that jumped out at me was Scott Joplin and the ragtime.
Absolutely.
And then that led me down through the ages, up through Fats Waller, and that is the style that still appeals to me.
Beautiful.
New Orleans, traditional jazz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, shall we dive in?
So, all right, let's go ahead.
All right.
I'll start off with the Scott Joplin. That's called Elite Syncopations.
All right. I'll hang on.
And the ragtime that man wrote got a big bringback when the movie The Sting used his music on the soundtrack. And it brought ragtime back to the consciousness of us again. Anyway, that's lovely having you there behind me.
Oh, my great pleasure.
There was such a mixture. This part of the U.S. not only had the influx from Africa, there was also the Spanish, Caribbean influx. And I thought it'd be fun for you to hear a tango that Scott Joplin wrote called Solace.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know, how's your tango skill?
Oh, Scottish tango. It's a tradition.
Could not.
Yeah. Oh, I
could
love
not.
it.
I just wanted to give you a little taste of Solace, of that.
So cool.
In that you have Pablo coming later that's going to show how much the Latin feel got into jazz.
Absolutely.
It was there right from the get-go.
Now, I guess you're talking about New Orleans. You were talking about Jelly Roll Morton.
Yes, I think I will go to Jelly Roll Morton next.
And was he famous for saying that jazz had that Spanish tinge?
Yes, he was the one that used those words, that there was the Spanish tinge. And the one that I'm going to start with, Jelly Roll Morton took it from a sort of a more written into improvisational.
And was that just his own abilities that lent to that, or do you think that was something of the time, that there was was he working so much that you couldn't play from music all the time, or was it a new style and it hadn't been written down?
No, he wanted that to be part of what he was doing.
Fascinating.
And he, in fact, had a rather large ego. And he claimed that he was the one, in fact, that discovered what we now call jazz, the improvisation. So anyway, here is one of the things that he wrote called the Kansas City Stomp.
Right on.
These are memorized scores, which is funny in a way because it was the preliminary to the improvisational stuff that most traditional jazz bands play. They'll play Jelly Roll Morton tunes, and of course we're improvising all the way through.
Yeah.
But he also, I'd like to do one of the blues that he wrote. And blues have got the biggest influence in our music, not only jazz, but as it led to rhythm and blues, as it led to rock and roll and an entire industry, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the blues came out of, you know, those work parties and whatnot. And so here is a Jelly Roll Morton blues for you called the Jelly Roll Blues. In the Jelly Roll stuff is that, I mean, you might play the Maple Leaf Rag, but you wouldn't necessarily improvise in it.
Right.
Whereas this one, you can go anywhere you want.
Very cool.
Well, going on, the music moved north,
Yep.
and New York City, of course, came out with Fats Waller.
Absolutely.
And so I'd like to have you hear the difference as it went up into the sophisticated city.
Absolutely.
And we moved from ragtime and traditional jazz into stride piano.
Wow.
And so this is his composition called the Alligator Crawl.
Hey, Gordon, before we start, should I bring these two speaking mics up on stage? Are you getting enough of the...
Not quite enough.
Okay,
No, let me do that.
you got it. Are we okay to start the music, or should we pause for a brief moment? I'll take this moment to welcome those of you who are just arriving into our midst. Welcome to the first ever Piano Extravaganza. And I will speak loudly enough that you hear me, and also these fancy microphones hear me as well. We're so tickled that you've chosen to come and join us on this lovely Tuesday afternoon. We have started things off in, I think, the most beautiful way. We didn't even imagine it this way, but it's entirely perfect. We've got the wonderful Toni Blodgett, who's leading us through essentially an entire history of jazz piano. So
Yeah.
we started out in New Orleans, I guess?
Pretty much so. Joplin, though, was in,
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't even remember. Was he in
Sedalia
St.
was
Sedalia.
his hometown.
Okay. Is that in the Midwest?
Yeah.
American geography is terrible.
Yeah. And the music went moving around.
Everywhere.
Most of the piano players that played the jazz at that time, so-called, were doing it in houses of ill repute. They were the entertainers while the men waited. And so it got to have a bit of a bad reputation. And for many years, there were preachers in the churches that were telling people that that was sinful music and just stay away from it altogether, you
Right.
see.
Inspire you to all sorts of trouble.
Yeah. Okay, are we ready to go into a little bit of New York's stride piano player?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Fatswater. I haven't been playing these things solo for so long. I just was wondering what made me think I should be doing this.
I'm glad it did. I'm glad it did.
Oh my.
So, can you tell me what made stride stride? Was it a certain piano player who created the style, or was it were they short on bass players? How did it come to be?
I guess it was just a way of playing that they came up with.
Yeah.
And there were several of them, James P. Johnson, and
Yeah.
there was quite a competition amongst those stride piano players. meaning the stride.
And so it's like a massive distance that you're
Yeah,
covering
yeah,
with the left
and,
hand. So you're creating like a bass line, like if you had a
You're
string
creating
bass,
your own bass line.
and kind of chordal accompaniment.
Exactly. And, you know, after many years of working with a bass player, you know, you lose your left hand
Is that right?
sometimes.
Okay.
But a lot of pianists in more modern jazz don't really use the stride
Right.
part of it at all.
It's a little bit of a forgotten thing.
Yeah.
And
And
yet-
they use the bass player to do that.
And yet you'll see a player like Brooke Maxwell, who's I guess not one of our younger players, but certainly,
Well,
you
yeah,
know,
I would say
he's a young buck. He's utterly in love with like James P. Johnson and trying to get that left hand that's been sort of forgotten. from the
It's a
tradition.
tricky thing to do, I have to admit to that, yeah. Well, I thought maybe it would be nice to hear a New York blues. Fats Waller did the Ant
Yeah.
Hager's blues.
Great.
Thank you, you're very kind. There is also the dance music
yeah.
aspect of things. I thought I'd play you the old Creole bells.
Yes, please.
There were cakewalks and whatnot, you know,
Okay.
but the Creole bells, and one of the things that sticks out for me, maybe because I grew up in a province where country and western music was very popular, some country and western singer took this one and took one of the themes out of it and had quite a big hit on it. So I'm going to see if I can sing that as I remember it.
That sounds great. Hey, Gordon, I just wanted to flag for you before we start, not to make you work too hard, but we might need to drop these two when we play, when we get a wee bit of feedback. question for you, if I may.
Yes, why please go.
One of the fascinating things is that we find when we get to ask questions of people who, like Toni, know a ton about a part of the jazz history, is that there isn't jazz history. I guess like there isn't history. There's jazz histories. There's all sorts of different histories which exist and come and influence and come back and disappear and are forgotten and then come again and are rediscovered. The type of playing that you're playing, I hear in, there's a young pianist whose name I cannot bring to my mind. He was here with a trio a couple years ago, Emmett Cohen. I don't know if you know him, but you would like him. So or Sullivan Fortner. I don't know, am I saying that name right? I think so. These are two young piano players who are two of the most like outrageously new sounding piano players. But arguably that's because they've gone the furthest back. They've gone to the roots of the piano, and so now they're doing things that we're all like, whoa, where'd that come from? That's amazing. And they're like, oh, it's 100 years old, but don't tell them, you know. So I'm always fascinated with how the music constantly grows and changes and where our tastes come from, when something is in style and when it disappears for no logical reason. But Toni, I also had a fascinating question for you, which is about the technology of music. And usually we think of music technology, we think about like your phone or something. But piano rolls. I came across a piano some time ago. I was in a piano museum, in fact, in Calgary. They have one. It's amazing. It's a whole city block, the Cantos Music
I did not know that either.
And they had a bunch of piano rolls of these early Jelly Roll Morton tunes. And so I was fascinated how did you learn them? I know that they existed on player pianos, but I know player pianos kind of disappeared in the 20s or something. So there were audio recordings made from these pieces. And did you learn these pieces by ear? Were they from vinyl when you learned them?
This is why it's difficult for me sometimes, because I learned them from written music.
Oh, wow.
They wrote some of it out, you see.
Okay.
So I memorized those. And that's when I have found out that there's two parts of your brain working here. When I'm just playing tunes by ear that I've known, and I play and I improvise as I go, I don't have any trouble at all. But memorized manuscript goes in apparently a different part of your brain altogether. And if you don't keep working on them, it's like a garden path that doesn't get walked on anymore and it grows over.
Fascinating.
So, I found that out about it.
So would you say that you're more flexible with a tune that you've learned by ear?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I can just do whatever I want.
Because it's kind of gone in a way that now you understand the nuts and bolts and everything.
Apparently, it's like my entire life has had a little tape recorder going on my brain.
So cool.
And all those tunes are stored up there, and then I play them the way I want to.
Wonderful.
See, that's the difference. On some of these ones I've played for you tonight, I'm playing them the way the person who wrote those tunes want me to play them.
Yeah.
So it can always not be so easy. I was thinking about maybe doing one more Fats Waller, which is a waltz. Have we got time?
We have
Are you
enough.
sure the next pianist isn't here?
We're good. We've got some flexible time, so this is perfect.
Okay, I'll
There
do
we go.
that one, and then I will go. This is the Jitterbug Waltz.
Oh, great.
to finish with a good old New Orleans song that I'll sing and play. And,
Wonderful.
way down yonder, in New Orleans.
There you go.
Way down yonder in New Orleans, in the land of dreamy scenes, there's a Garden of Eden, you know what I mean. Pretty old babes with flashing eyes, softly whisper their tender sighs. So stop, won't you give your lady fair a little smile? Stop, you bet your life you'll linger there just a little while. There is heaven right here on earth with those beautiful queens way down yonder in New Orleans.
Thank you so much. That's the wonderful Toni Blodgett, everyone. Toni Blodgett. And we've been talking for years about getting Toni into the series here, and hopefully we'll be able to make good on that in this upcoming year. We've talked about some ideas about maybe bringing you and LPs together or any number.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing, I'm sorry. Can I digress for a moment? I wanted to ask Toni about her transition from piano lover to moving to San Francisco to here as piano player, and then also a band leader or co-leader of Canis for so many years.
I've asked myself that many times.
Okay.
How in the heck did this all happen?
And how long has it been that you've been leading Canis? Canis, if you don't know, is one of the most successful traditional or New Orleans-based jazz groups on the West Coast. It's been going for a good long while.
Yeah, 1991 is.
Okay.
when-
That's respectable.
It started off with this spare ribs piano job.
Okay.
The manager said, you know, Toni, the way you play, I think you'd like to hear this piano player that's over at Bartholomew's. So I go over to Bartholomew's, and there is Greg Sumner thumping away, playing Jelly Roll Morton and stuff like that. And I thought, wow, that's what I want to do. Now I know what I want to do. So he helped me, guided me, and then before I knew it, he put me in a band.
Oh, really?
And he gave me a little booklet of all the chord changes of all the songs, because I didn't know Royal Garden Blues even.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know anything about anything, really. And so he guided me along with that. And then after a couple of years of that, I was invited to join Norrie McFarlane's Dixieland Express. And I was the piano player there for 10 years, I guess. Yeah.
Wow.
And that took us to playing in jazz festivals around too. And then I got the brilliant idea when Jimmy Armstrong moved to town from Vancouver. And I had by that time fallen in love with a trio of female singers from New Orleans called the Boswell Sisters.
Yes.
So I thought, I'm going to put a band together of musicians that can also sing. So Canis is a band, it's a traditional jazz band, but it's the singing that made us stand out as being different from all the other bands. And we played all the way San Diego, Mexico. We even got invited to the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C., because Sandra Day O'Connor, the first female Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, had been sent one of our CDs. And she fell in love with us and thought we would be a terrific band to come down from Canada and play at the Kennedy Center. So that's what we did. Anyhow, it's been wonderful. And LPs is the one, I guess when I was in the Dixieland Express, so was Al. He chose me to be in a trio because Herman of Herman's Jazz Club had taken occupancy of the hotel over on Government Street, at that time known as the Bastion Inn.
Right.
So I was in the first little trio with Al and Russell Botton,
Wow.
and that's 40 years ago.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So learning on the job, it's been on the job training the whole time, and I'm still a long way from where I would like to be. Anyway.
All a work in progress.
Yeah, so we're at Herman's the first Sunday afternoon of every month with my band.
Woo.
It's a 7-piece band. Thank you. Thank you all, you've been more than kind. Appreciate it, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. One more time for Toni Blodgett.
Thank you.
Toni Blodgett. All right. Everyone, thank you so much. As we bid a fond adieu to Toni for the moment, we're going to take 5 minutes just to recalibrate a couple of technical things on the recording and show end. So please make yourselves comfortable, relax, and we'll be back to you in 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Oh, Toni, that was so much fun. Thank you.
I'm going to put these right here so you won't.
Remember. Okay, let me get my mask.
How's that?
There you are.
Are we live now? Nathan, are you going to count us down?
Well, we've been on the whole time, right?
That's true. But is it real now?
Yeah.
Welcome back to Tuesday Night Jazz at the Church and our piano fundraising extravaganza. My name is Gordon Miller. I am the Director of Communication and Neighborhood Engagement with James Bay United Church, and I'm sitting here with my longtime friend, Kelby McNair. Kelby and I have been working for the last 2.5, maybe 3 years.
Could be.
We've been imagining it for decades. Tuesday Night Jazz at the Church, and it's been an incredible community that has formed around this event, Tuesday Night Jazz. How is this how you expected it to go?
Well, it's how part and yes and part no. There was a lot of things that surprised me about it. I, as a musician, I knew what it would do for the musician community. I knew that having a regular time to get together is like your family dinner on a Sunday, or a studio that you can go to where you've got blank canvases where you can work. It's something that allows us to percolate ideas and develop chemistry, because the music is something that you practice sometimes at home, but that actually comes alive with another person when you actually get to be inspired to come out of your shell and step into the music, so to speak. And so for me, especially over COVID, it's been amazing. There's been a number of wives and husbands of musicians who have spoke to me in private to say, it's been so important, whether we have had large audiences or small audiences or been exclusively live streamed for that time. The ability to develop a project and to share the art has been a huge mental health thing for musicians over the time of COVID, but also just the chance to be inspired and continue to share inspiration is huge from the musician side of things. There's another part, though, which is has been really beautiful and that I hadn't entirely anticipated, which is the non-musical community, the community of the other piece of the puzzle, which is the audience and the team that comes together to make this happen. And that's been a really beautiful thing to witness and to be a part of, to see how the inspiration unfolds and how this setting lends itself to shared inspiration that's different than a nightclub. We get to come together here in a very casual, very welcoming space. And I think that makes us somehow more open and vulnerable as performers, and also more open and vulnerable as audience.
So you're doing that to me, open and vulnerable. I've been running around for the last hour and a half trying to make sure audio levels were set, and in a second I'm going to have to play the piano, and that's this shift from being behind the scenes to, oh, I'm going to play the piano now. Let's settle the breathing.
Yeah.
But if it's our living room, if we're just sharing some time together, maybe I shouldn't have that kind of anxiety and anxiousness around the moment.
I don't know. I wish you could say you shouldn't, but it doesn't make a difference. The performer inside us has, I think, a love, not so much love relationship with the full wind that we get as performers. Sometimes you feel like you're a boat and you've got your sails up and it's a storm and you just wish you could put your sail down because you keep getting blown over by all sorts of things that people could call adrenaline or cortisol or whatever they are. But there's something that we as performers, I think we both don't appreciate them when they make our hands shake and make us forget the words, but we also love them when they make us kind of be able to share some piece of that love in a more transcendent place with an audience.
We're going to be hearing music from lots of friends, and some friends who are new to us tonight. I'm going to be introducing you to Nick shortly.
Yeah, we actually go way back, but that's
Do
okay.
you? I didn't know that.
We'll keep it under wraps.
Okay. And so great to see him here this evening. But I'm just going to move into my living room.
All right.
Listening to Toni talk about the Cherry Bank Hotel. When I first came to Victoria, I also had one of those gigs at the Cherry Bank Hotel.
No way.
Yes, there was musicians on rotation, and it was a living room.
Yeah.
And the opportunity to encourage people to sing and enjoy themselves while they were eating their ribs.
Ribs.
Ribs at the Cherry Bank Hotel. Let's try something.
All right.
Okay.
Hey, you got the new songs.
And Nathan, now's when those two microphones go off. You're rocking it, man. Can't buy me love. Oh, everybody tells me so. Can't buy me love. Oh, no, 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 no. I buy you a diamond ring, my friend, if it makes you feel alright. Give you anything, my friend, if it makes you feel alright. I don't care too much for money. Money can't buy me love, can't buy me love. Oh, everybody tells me so. Can't buy me love. Oh, no, 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 no. Give you all I've got to give if you say you love me too. I may not have a lot to give. What I've got, I give to you. And I don't care too much for money. Money can't buy me, can't buy me love. Oh, everybody tells me so. Can't buy me love. No, 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 no. You don't need no diamond rings, and honey, I'll be satisfied. Tell me that you want the kind of things that money just can't buy. I don't care too much for money. Money can't buy me. Buy me love. Oh, everybody tells me so. Can't buy me love. Love. Can't buy me Thank you very much. So for me, the piano has always been a sing-along kind of vibe. So there's a moment where, yeah, okay, that's my moment. You listen to my solo, but there's a moment when I really want somebody to sing along with me. And grew up in a family where we sang folk songs. And I took piano lessons. Toni, not unlike you, I didn't have any fancy endings that I came to my teacher with, but all of those notes they wanted me to play that were on the page, that was an awful lot to ask. And I just wanted to play the piano so that I could sing to it, and this is the kind of song that they'll know it. Today, while the blossom still cling to the vine, I'll taste your strawberries, I'll drink your sweet wine. A million tomorrows shall all pass away, that is mine today. Well, I'll be a dandy and I'll be a rover. You'll know who I am by the song that I sing. I'll feast at your table, I'll sleep in your clover. Who cares what tomorrow may bring? Today, while the blossoms still cling to the vine, I'll taste your strawberries, I'll drink your sweet wine. A million tomorrows shall all pass away ere I forget all the joy that is mine today. I can't be contented with yesterday's glories. I can't live on promises, winter to spring. Today is my moment, and now is my story. I'll laugh and I'll cry and I'll sing. Today, while the blossoms still cling to the vine, I'll taste your strawberries, I'll drink your sweet wine. A million tomorrows shall all pass away ere I forget all the joy that is mine today. While the blossoms still cling to the vine, I'll taste your strawberries, I'll drink your sweet wine. A million tomorrows shall all pass away ere I forget all the joy that is mine today. Thanks. Thanks for singing along. That just does my heart good. Kelby, I'm gonna, we looked at this hour or so as piano in the round, where we would invite a variety of piano players to take their place on this chair, and I'm wondering if you would introduce Nick.
Oh, all right. Well, you know, you probably, well,
No, you got it.
I said we go way back. Well, maybe I have to wait for this to come on. I said we go way back, and we do, but I don't remember really how. Would you join me up on the hot seat and tell me and us who you are, where you come from?
My name's Nick Alachenko, and essentially I'm from Vancouver, though I was born in Shanghai, China, and I had music lessons since age 5, but unfortunately it was in the violin, which I didn't like to play very much. Anyway, so I hid the violin under some stairs, and in the humid weather, the cockroaches got at the glue of the violin case and ate all the strings. So no longer was I compelled to play violin, and my best choice really was piano, which I still love to do and play, and I do it as a hobby. And I've met lots of musicians like Kelby and excellent musicians, and that is how we met, was through a saxophone player, also a piano player called Dick Smith, who was an excellent jazz tenor player and alto player. And I don't know how, I haven't seen Dick for a while, but Dick said that if ever he wished to play with a drummer that he would have his choice of picking, it would be Kelby McNair. Oh. And voila, who should appear at Herman's Kelby McNair? So I said hi from Dick Smith, and who was then in Vancouver. And anyway, so all the best to Dick, and I hope he's well. And I know Kelby's well, just looking at him now. And anyway, well, I think we share all this. The type of music, the jazz and the singing, the wonderful songs that Gordon had chosen and picked. And anyway, I look forward to the rest of the program. Anyway, I'm a former a professor from University of Victoria. And I've been retired for a long time already, and because age caught up with me.
And what did you teach there?
I taught Russian studies, I taught Slavic studies, and I was there for nearly 40 years.
Fascinating.
Yeah, so put in my time. I like to play piano.
So Galachenko.
Galachenko, yeah, it's a Ukrainian name, but it's also, my parents were also Russian parentage as well. So it was the Russian community in Shanghai who were there simply as refugees. I think at one point they escaped the Russian Revolution, and then later they kept running from all kinds of revolutions, and eventually from the Mao Zedong Revolution. And anyway, and we settled in Canada, though the choice was to go to Africa, East Africa, and work for British American Tobacco for me. And I preferred to be a professor and play piano.
And now, can you tell me a little bit about who or what inspired you first in piano? Some of your maybe first loves of piano?
Oh, I think first loves were probably Horace Silver, Oscar Peterson, of course, and many, many famous names. So I also liked R&B, and I played that and played for 2 years in an American band from Chicago who visited Vancouver, and I joined them and played with them for 2 years before turning back to a professorial career.
Right on. And what would you like to play today?
I think some funk numbers.
Ooh, all right.
So Clark Terry, who you probably know, is a great trumpet player and also a great composer. He composed many, many tunes and played with lots of different bands, including the Count Basie band, whose concert I attended when I was at the University of Michigan. And I drove to, got the first ticket to the Shriners Lodge in Detroit, and I parked my car there, a beautiful Chrysler Imperial, right in front of the venue to hear Count Basie and Clark Terry and other people, of course, and I was the only white person in the audience. The audience was packed, the hall was packed. It was a Masonic hall, and it was absolutely crammed to the rafters, just like here tonight. So, but I don't see, I don't know, we don't have such a large black community, I suppose, or else they're at a different venue tonight. But anyway, so a tune by Clark Terry to start, maybe something by Horace Silver, another prolific composer, kind of in the funk style, very basic, very easy. Also, I like a ballad by Ray Charles called Ruby. But I don't know, let's see what,
All right.
what goes.
I love it.
So just while Nick is taking his place at the piano, and Kelby, are you going to play or are you going to take a break?
Please play.
Kelby might be sitting at that chair all night long. I just wanted to welcome the newcomers to our audience. Thanks for dropping in. This fancy cardboard grand piano was built by Vanya, who is our church administrator, and I said to her, we need a fancy box to put donations in. We need a fancy box to put donations in, and she came up with this idea. It's beautiful. There's a slot there where you can put your donations. If you don't want to put it in that slot, there's also a bowl in front of that. And while we are celebrating music and while we're celebrating community, one of the purposes of this event tonight is actually to raise funds to purchase this beautiful C5 grand piano. And so if you're online at home and watching the show, we hope that you will make an effort to click on our Pledge Now button. And there is no amount that's too small. And there's no amount that's too large to help us with this instrument. And should we go over the total that we are looking for, we're trying to raise $28,000, and we are about halfway there right now. We're trying to raise $28,000, and should we go over, the amount of money that we go over will be put directly into other technical upgrades to this sanctuary, like lighting and sound. Of course, the situation with live streaming over the last year and a half has meant that venues like this have had to invest a whole lot in cameras and live stream equipment. So I'm excited if we go over. It's more stuff that we can help deliver quality programs like this. Nick, excited that you're here. I'm looking forward to this.
Thank you. I think we...
So we may have a bass player joining us, but he's got to change in the car. Did I say that? I didn't say that. He's going to be here sometime. But we only planned on a duo, so that's icing on the cake. So we'll see what happens.
Okay. How about Horace Silver, Song for My Father?
Love it.
Okay. Don't look at music if you don't bring your glasses. Okay, sorry about that. A ballad, Ray Charles ballad called Ruby. Okay. Okay, how about a movie theme song? A very bad movie, very wonderful actors. I think Arlene Dahl was a wonderful and beautiful young lady, but unfortunately she had a weight problem. She did many romantic movies and pirate movies and whatever. Flynn and so on and so forth was the preferred leading lady. And when she started gaining some weight, she got off the picture and went into television and made hundreds of TV shows. So she became very rich. And but the movie was on Green Dolphin Street, sometimes just Green Dolphin Street, it's called. So I'd like to play that, if I remembered. Oh, anyway. Okay, great, Peter.
We're just going to see if we can plug a bass in.
Please, that would be wonderful for this. And I think it'll be my last tune. As when I was a friend of Ramsey Lewis, and when I saw him playing in Chicago with his son as a drummer, but his son was a football player. And so they had a huge party for themselves at New Year's Eve. And so I was invited, I went there, listened to them, and Ramsey Lewis was a very demanding host and father, and very controlling figure, very polished, smooth, but not terribly sympathetic. So he sat there, he made the band stop, and for his son to play a drum solo. Well, his son had just finished playing a football game, and I don't know, he was certainly into it. But as he began playing, and sooner or later he lost his sticks that went flying in the air, and all his teammates stood up in the club and said, "Hey, Bubba, quit while you're ahead," which deflated Ramsey Lewis's balloon. So beware of your offspring.
So everyone, as we, drummers love piano players. Because I think piano players play a percussion instrument. And my fingers don't work like that. I would love to be a piano player. But there's this also thing that I think piano players also love drummers, because we speak this parallel but different language. We both work with a broad frequency band. Piano players have the whole orchestra, the whole sonic landscape, and drummers have a sonic landscape, but of a slightly parallel vocabulary. So this has been a real gas to play once again with Nick. Such a pleasure. And then there's a bass player, and I love bass players too, and I just love this guy. This is Peter Dowse, everyone. Peter. One of my favorite bass players. He plays like it's a rhythm instrument. It really is. Nick has a wonderful story to his musical heritage, and Peter has a wonderful story, and they both learned a lot by their ear and their heart and their soul. So I'm looking forward to this little combination.
I do a little intro from Lady Bird. Okay.
You want to do like one more ballad or anything?
Name a ballad.
Oh, anything you like.
Oh,
I'll let you and Peter talk.
okay. How about something not really jazz, but let's see. Let's.
sure. I'll check in with Gordon, our master of coordination ceremonies over there. But while Gordon's figuring it out, I just wanted to let you all know what a joy this has been. This is Nick Galachenko, everyone.
Thank you. And Peter Gauss, of course, is well known in all of North America and beyond, probably.
Yes. That's, Gordon, have we got time for one more over there? First tune,
We have time for one more with Nick, and I would also say that it is
Oh,
possible.
Sister Sadie.
It is possible
Yeah.
that there's somebody sitting right here who
Yeah,
wants to
okay.
come and play the piano on the live stream.
This way.
And this is actually the hour for that, while we trade things off. The other thing is I'm looking for Larry Saban. Larry, do you know, it's the mask.
Kind of soccer ball feel.
Right.
Nice to see you. Good to see you. I
Yep.
knew you were going to be here somewhere. We'll talk in a moment. Okay. So, Nick, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we shall experiment. This is kind of a soccer ball feel. Okay, Sister Sadie.
We're ready.
Okay.
And I do like a G bass, right?
Yeah, okay.
Do you mind on a G bass?
Can I borrow the sheet?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, 'cause I'm-
I'll just listen to you.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Okay. Okay.
one more time as he goes. Nick Galachenko.
Nick, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks very much, Gordon.
Thank you so much. This is
Great
so
to
awesome.
see all these fine musicians.
Larry, come and join me in the hot spot here.
Yep.
Whoops.
Sorry.
I'd like to introduce you to a friend of Tuesday Night Jazz, Larry Seidman.
Hello, okay. That was a beautiful job of today you did. I loved it.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. I come over this way a little bit and we'll get more in the shot together. That's what they say, you know, in studios, we'll be more in the shot together. I just made that up. Larry is host of a jazz podcast called
Discovering Jazz.
You're familiar with the podcast. And Larry's been here on Vancouver Island in Victoria for a few years now and started his career in podcasting in Peterborough, but we've had him out here for a couple of years and has become a real friend of Tuesday Night Jazz at the church and was really helpful with us through the pandemic, helping us produce shows. And we did a show, you and I, together where we talked about your podcast.
Yeah, that was quite the highlight of my year.
We've all had wonderful years then, haven't we? These are our highlights. I'm going to put you on the spot because I'm not an interviewer. You are. You are experienced at this. You're also a piano player.
Yeah, but I always have a script.
Yeah, well, here we go. And I'd like to introduce you to a member of our congregation who's also a piano player. And the two of you are going to share some stories about piano playing, and then you're going to take turns playing on the piano together. But Kelby and I are about to turn Tuesday Night Jazz at the church over to Larry Seidman, and you can introduce Byron Wood.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Byron Wood. I guess I should take off
Yeah.
my mask, eh? So, who are you?
I'm glad you asked, because this is a total surprise to me. I didn't expect this in the slightest.
Me too.
I'm very new to the scene here, relatively new. I've been playing the piano since I was a kid, just picking it up by ear and kind of building on it. Very much an amateur, but I love the piano. And when I look at that piano, all I can think of is how I wish I could play like this gentleman and the
yes.
others who have been with us. Yeah.
I can identify with that very much. But you've been playing since you were 5, you said?
Yes. Well, I started, just tinkling on the piano back then. I did take lessons. I got as far as grade 3. My mother, back then, I think the technique was to sit at the piano with your kid and really, lay it down. I can remember the wooden spoon being right beside me in my mother's hand. And occasionally I got it, but it was very gentle. But she meant very well, and of course, I understand where she was coming from.
Now, can you remember the first tune you ever played?
I think it was Go Go Stop. That's what it was called, Go Go Stop. I do remember. Go Go Stop, Go Go Stop. There's something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know it.
Well,
Maybe if you played it, Peter Dowski back.
yeah. You could build on that, I'm sure.
So in terms of your development, what kind of music really turned you on for playing?
Well, I guess the stride piano that was played to begin with here was kind of the style that I was ultimately led into, and it's just kind of developing chords, bum 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 bum, and carrying through with that. And whenever I was inspired by something that I particularly enjoyed, I would build on that and just tinker away at it. And I've composed a few pieces. One I composed for my lovely wife fairly recently. And so, I just take it as it comes, like
So
that.
what are you going to play?
Well, I thought I would play a customized version of Georgia on My Mind. I just hope that Ray Charles doesn't roll over in his grave when he hears it.
Well, that's an interesting coincidence, because that's the song I was going to do.
Oh, really?
But
Well,
that's
I
great.
think you should
I'm not
go
going to
first.
do it. No.
All right, here we go.
I want to hear you do it.
Okay. All right. Well, each time I do play in seniors' residences around Victoria, and each time I play, I like to find something a little older than I am. It gets a little more difficult each time I come. But this one goes back to 1928. It is a Fats Waller piece. I hope you recognize it. It's called Ain't Misbehavin'.
I got inspired by this because Byron mentioned 1928 in this, and I want a one-upmanship on him and do something from 1865. Now, it's not jazz. It's nothing to do with jazz. Byron also mentioned he was playing at a seniors home, and I've got my first gig ever coming up at a seniors home, and I decided I wanted to do this song. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get away with it or not. So maybe you can tell me if it's something I should do or not. But it's a circus song. Oh, once I was happy, but now I'm forlorn. Just like an old coat that is tattered and torn. I'm left in this wide world to fret and to mourn. Betrayed by a maid in her teens. Now this girl that I loved, she was happy and swell, and I did all I knew her to please. But I never could please her 1/4 so well as the man on the flying trapeze. He flies through the air with the greatest of ease, the daring young man on the flying trapeze. His movements are graceful, all girls he does please, and my love he has purloined away. Now the young man by name was Signor Bonnie Slang, tall, big and handsome, as well built as Chang. Those are the real words. Where'er he appeared, all the halls loudly rang with ovations from all people there. He would smile from above on the people below, and one night he smiled on my love. She winked back at him, and he shouted, "Oy vey!" No, I think it was "Ole," right? As he hung by his nose from a bar. He flies through the air with the greatest of ease, the daring young man with the flying trapeze. His movements are graceful, all girls he does please, and my love he has purloined away. There's 12 more verses of this song. Is it okay if I just summarize? Well, here's the summary. As you probably expected, things started developing between my girl and the man in the flying trapeze, and she eloped with him, and I was absolutely heartbroken. And her parents were really upset too, because they really liked me. My parents were also upset because they also liked me. But then, time goes by, and you kind of get over things eventually, right? Right? You've all kind of gotten over things? Yeah. And I thought I was getting over it until several months later. Some months after that, I walked into a hall. To my chagrin, I saw there on the wall a bill in red letters which did my heart gall, for she was appearing with him. He had taught her gymnastics and dressed her in tights so he could live at his ease. He had made her assume a most masculine name, and now she goes on the trapeze. She flies through the air with the greatest of ease. You'd think her a man on the flying trapeze. She does all the work while he takes his ease. And that's what's become of my love. What a way to christen this piano, eh?
Thank you so much,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Very good. Such a pleasure. Now, this is one of the very beautiful things, I think, that happen when you get to build a community that happens organically through a shared love of people coming together and sharing music just like this, a shared love of that there's something in the music that moves each and every one of us. It was such a joy for me to sit down with Toni Blodgett and hear what she loved. That was the first time Toni and I had ever played together. And just to hear, I hear all the piano players. I hear the elements that inspired her as a young woman, first hearing that music and having a heart that wanted to play. Getting to sit down with Nick Galachenko and getting to hear what he loves. Getting to hear that come out through our fingers. And it's a labor of love in that to learn to play an instrument is a joy and a process and something that you never stop doing, but you also never stop experiencing the joy of discovery. And I think that's a truly beautiful thing. So I thank each and every one of the people who have come forward so far. At this point, I'm going to go off script, not that there was any script anyways, but I know we've got the wonderful Reverend Karen Dickey here, who also shares our love of things, not only piano, but of the spirit and of the spirit that exists within us that is celebrated through music. So I'm very excited for that. And I also know that we have a lovely young lady named Susanna Adams, who seems to have two small karate people with her, which is fantastic. So I just kind of occurred to me that maybe Brooke Maxwell would walk in the door right now. Oh my gosh, there he is. What the goodness gracious. Hello, Brooke Maxwell. Everyone, this is a dear friend of mine, Brooke Maxwell, Brother Rock Maxwell. And everyone, you didn't actually get to see her because I was waiting for that moment when Brooke would walk in. But this is Susanna Adams, the lovely and talented Susanna Adams. So at this point, we're still in this kind of malleable, free-floating space called Piano in the Round. And I see Gordon standing there, and I'm not making eye contact with him on purpose, because I'm wondering, is there a way that we could get Susanna Adams up here to sing? And if so, what would it be?
Peter's in the back eating donuts. Oh, by the way, for the performers, there's donuts and coffee in the back if Peter doesn't eat them all. Susanna, would you like to sing a song? Okay. All right. And then as Susanna slowly makes her way up here, then the choice is, we have all these piano players in the room, so it kind of depends on what Susanna wants to do, and then maybe a piano player would know the tune that Susanna might want to play.
Whatever Susanna wants, Susanna gets.
That's right, that's right. That is the way.
I wasn't expecting to sing, but it's going to be a delight to share some music with you. What about the nearness of you and see?
All right, we all clap for it, but does anybody know it? That's the real question. Oh, do you know what nearness of you and see? Oh. All right, we have Nick Galachenko coming on up to do the nearness of you with Susanna Adams. Fantastic. Gordon, would you be so kind as to holler for Peter? Do you want Peter? Do you want a quartet or do you want a duo? Ooh, could be nice. Ooh, let's duo.
Isn't he eating donuts or something?
Okay, beautiful. Okay.
It'll take me a second to get this mic live for you.
So everyone, we have the wonderful Nick Galachenko coming back to the piano, and we have Susanna Adams. Susanna lives just down the street and is a wonderful embodier of the spirit. To me, there's a really important part of the spirit of jazz is like because it's an existing language, there is a certain amount of language acquisition that happens, and we do that by sort of embodying the greats that have happened before. I never watched the show Highlander, but I think that's kind of the same analogy, in that you like have a duel with someone, and when you win, you gain all their power. June is laughing at me. So you don't have a duel, but you do. I'm just talking while Gordon gets the mic set up. So you do have this like battle. Is he ready?
We're ready.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm
You can
still
keep
going to finish
talking
my
then.
story. Yeah, I'm going to still finish the story because otherwise it's too confusing. So if you have a battle, say Susanna does battle with Ella Fitzgerald. It's like a battle of love, but it's a lot of work. So she learns and she digs in and she learns this and she embodies it. And then it's like kind of restructures her DNA to learn some of what Ella knew. And then Susanna combines that history, that past, with her own life experiences and passions and living where and when and how she lives now. And so there's this constant melding together of this back and forth that gives us our inspiration and makes us unique artists no matter what we come into. So I'm very excited right now to hear the nearness of you, Susanna Adams and Nick Galachenko.
Thank you, Colby. That was most eloquently spoken. So when I first came to Victoria a dozen years ago, I got to know Nick Galachenko. I stumbled upon a weekly jam that he hosts with a few good friends, and I keep twinkling. And I came when my son, who's the redhead in the white uniform, was just a wee baby. He was just a few months old, actually, when I walked into your house and stumbled upon this beautiful world of jazz that Nick created. And so it's wonderful to play with you, because he was the first pianist I worked with. Is the volume okay? Does it sound okay? It's not the pale moon that excites me, that thrills and delights me. Oh no, it's just the nearness of you. This Thank you, everybody. It's lovely to welcome the new baby grand. Cheers, Kobe.
Well, I mean, I don't know, shouldn't we ask them for another?
One more song. Do you mind? Would you, I'm sorry, I know I'm taking you probably in your, are you going to or from karate?
Oh, yeah, we're going home
Okay.
shortly.
Okay.
Depending on.
Would you grace us with another?
Yeah, go on then.
All right.
It's been a long time. Nick? Something. Oh,
Night and day?
yeah, go on then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and C again, is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay. I
Yeah,
guess so,
that's the standard.
Yeah.
However you want to do it. Do you want to swing or Latin?
Your choice.
You do it, Nick. Start off.
Okay, so
All right. Night and day, you are the one. Only you beneath the moon, under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are, I think of you. Night and day, day and night. Why is it so that this longing for you follows me wherever I go? From the roaring traffic boom to the quiet of my lonely room, I think of you each night and day. Night and day, under the height of me, I get oh such a yearning burning inside of me, and its torment won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you. Night and day, 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 day. Night and day, under the height of me, I get such a hungry yearning burning inside of me. But this torment just won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you. Night and day, making love to you. Night and day, making love. Night and day, day and night, night and day. Hey, oh. Ba 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 da da, ba 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 da da, boy di 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 di, ba da do day. Boo 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 di di, ba da do day. One more time. Boo boo ba da day, night and day. Sugar people boo wee di day.
That's Susanna Adams, everyone. Susanna Adams and Nick Galachenko. Thank you so much. Thank you, Susanna. Thank you, Nick. So we now return to our regular scheduled programming. which is somewhat up in the air, but I feel like it's my opportunity now to invite the Reverend Karen Dickey to join me. Do you get to join me up here on a hot seat? That's fun. Oh, thank you.
Can I do this?
Yes, I believe you can. Thank you so much for joining us. So it's been my great blessing to be able to coordinate with Gordon Miller the Tuesday night jazz at the church that happens here. And when Gordon first called me about this idea, I remember I was walking in the golf course, that little one up by the university, for some reason, and somehow I took his call, and we were talking about this idea of a concert series, and I came and I saw this space, and to me immediately it sort of touched me in a special way that this space felt so perfect. Yes, it has a beautiful acoustics. Yes, it's a kind of an interesting shape for the music. Yes, Ian McDougall actually worked here as some kind of an altar boy or caretaker when he was like 9 years old, the great Canadian jazz trombonist and composer. But there's something about it that had a spirit to the space. And I wondered if Karen could talk a little bit about that.
About the space?
Or anything you want to talk about, really.
Interesting, Kelby, because the first time I walked in here, the thing that struck me was the word clarity. Was the thing that came. There just was a clearing and a clear space. And I haven't actually returned to recalling that. I think now I just arrive in and I'm in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. And so, because it strikes me that what you do on a Sunday morning here is a lot like what we do on a Tuesday evening. In a sense, I stole a lot of your sermon from the other day, which was great. But in that you study the literature, so to speak, and then you come here and you share a perspective on something. You share a knowledge and a love of something that is a subject or a topic or a teaching or something. And then you communicate it, but you communicate it in real time. You prepare it so that you can be completely open to connect with the people, so that you are unencumbered, so that you have a through line, you know? Great comedian once said that the trick to stand-up comedy and improvising is to be over-prepared. And I feel like
that explains everything.
Yeah?
Yeah, 14 minutes.
Yeah, that's right.
When we start at 15 minutes after.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's sometimes still just kind of coming together.
Yeah, but there is a beauty and a clarity in the way you speak and connect and deliver and contextualize. To me, that's very inspiring. And then maybe, I don't know also if you'd be interested in talking about how music may transform a space or a service or a moment, since we're talking music. Since we get to have this beautiful big guy or girl over there, I'm not sure, they, them, piano.
Now you actually have to be quiet for a second for Karen to gather her thoughts.
But I'm so excited, Gordon.
Then she will speak.
But I didn't put her on the hot seat. I'm asking her all these questions. She hasn't prepared for this.
Yeah.
What do you play over a D minor 7? Just kidding.
Well, knowing we were going to talk a little bit about music together tonight, one of the stories that I think, as long as I have a memory, will stay with me. This is about how music, when we gather as a church, and I totally recognize it's not only as a church when we gather, but how music can kind of slip in to our beings in a way that maybe words don't necessarily in the same way. Or how music can carry words into our being in a way that just spoken word doesn't necessarily. So just this powerful experience with somebody from our congregation who ended up excruciating headache. She's had headaches before, but this was like none other, to the point where we're off to the hospital. They do some scans. They recognize there's a shadow somewhere around the brain. And the next day, following more tests, the recommendation was, we got to go in there. There's something that we need to get to. And now there's a few other friends from the congregation there who are just kind of keeping vigil, and the nurse comes in to have this person sign the waiver or whatever you do when you're going to have surgery. And she wouldn't sign it. And we're kind of going, but this is your relief. This is what you have to, this is the next step. She wouldn't sign it. And what we didn't understand until way after the fact was the medication that she was receiving to be able to cope with the pain had her hallucinating. So she was in a really scary space. We didn't really know that, but she just was totally resistant. But there was no persuading her. So one of us just started to sing. Don't be afraid, my love is stronger. My love is stronger than your fear. Don't be afraid, my love is stronger, and I have promised to be always near. And the rest of us just kind of picked that up, and we just were surrounding her with this, and she started to sing this. And there was just this kind of easing going on, and somehow through this dungeon that we discovered later she was in, there was this kind of connecting with this force of love, and away she went into the surgery. So I just have such an appreciation for how through music some things sort of are able to lay down their tracks in us and be accessed in circumstances way beyond when we're gathered here in this building, but in the face of kind of what life can present us. Yeah. So, wow, where would we be, I think, without music as we gather as a church, let alone any other places? Yeah, this is a great gift.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Karen.
Well, I just want to say thank you to everybody for being here, and for the people who have already been here and who will continue to come in the course of the evening and support this endeavor. And I just so trust that the gifts that you offer just kind of get turned around to, in turn, bless you further as you have a chance to just enjoy and take advantage of this wonderful, what I consider is the community's piano. So, thank you, Colby.
Oh, thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Karen Dickey. Thank you. And now it is my great pleasure. You've noticed that some of the musicians that have come to the stage have been, well, at least to me, they've been brand new friends or new meetings or new people to become aware of in the community. And this next gentleman is someone I'd like to introduce you to, whom to me is one of my oldest and dearest musical friends. He's also the music minister at Esquimalt United, but he's also many things. I met him first as a great saxophone player in the Ian McDougall Big Band at UVic. He used to lead a fantastic swing band slightly before that called Planet Swing, but he also wrote a hit musical that sort of took the world by storm and played all over the world. I think it's got its plans to be in, I think, maybe back in Chicago and New York, and I know we'll be here in next August, called Ride the Cyclone. He's just a brilliant guy and also a really wonderful piano player. So I'd like you to help me please welcome to the stage Brooke Maxwell. Brooke Maxwell.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Hi.
We're calling this the hot seat.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I know.
Check out, did you see Kelby's shoes? Holy dude.
Well, you know, that's a really good point.
Talked about this already?
We haven't even talked about it, but I have to say,
It's a fantastic.
yeah, but you know where I got them? At a bargain?
No, eh?
The thrift store.
Oh,
The James Bay United thrift store. So mark it on your calendars, because I got here like I was here just before 10 to get this. So, but I wasn't the first person in line, and I didn't even know these were here. So just, you know, have breakfast early, come on down to a worthy cause. So this gentleman, Brooke, hello, welcome.
We take our masks off, yeah?
I think we do once we're on the stage.
Okay.
The air doesn't move anymore.
Sure, right. This is the code. Cross that line. It's the code line.
Provincial health order. Thank you so much for coming.
Oh, super great. Happy to be here. Yeah, it is a lovely magic space.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah.
I know.
It feels like there are so many things that could happen here. Maybe some of them that shouldn't, but so many things that could. It feels like an old small town theater environment, right? That, I don't know. Just with having that little balcony, I'm very jealous. I work at Esquimalt United Church, and we have a big, lovely, beautiful space. It's incredible. But that balcony being so close with the little bar across, it's cozy and it's funky, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
It's magical.
Yeah,
Yours is magical too.
Yep, we
but
have a
we'll talk
wonderful space.
So one thing I was saying that totally twigged me was when we had Toni Blodgett up here, we were commenting how she was mentioning names like James P. Johnson, and Barker Irvin, is that a guy? No, that's a trumpet player. Jelly Roll Morton, all these early piano players who are sort of disappeared from the, well, I guess now that you have Spotify, you can kind of do anything, but disappeared from the jazz Sirius XM radio or whatever. And I was saying how there's this wonderful thing where piano players are going back and learning the power of the left hand. And Brooke is one of those huge examples to me, someone who utterly loves the music of New Orleans and loves the roots of the music, when the music kind of coalesced from these different ingredients and kind of landed in a way. And Brooke and I have shared a lot of our musical journeys together, and Brooke going down to New Orleans or Cuban music and all sorts of things. So I'm super tickled on what he's going to share with you today. I don't know what it is, but you don't not know what it is.
It's a little different than that, but
Okay.
It's got the roots. Yeah, yeah. I've been. Well, I get excited about different areas. There's so many areas about music to get excited about, but there's a lot of the Venn diagram overlap. So what Tony's talking about with those stride players, and what did those stride players listen to, and then the piano players that came after that, and just that sort of from an archaeological perspective, the strata of all these piano players. So when I was a kid, 50s rock was the thing that really spoke to me. We had a bunch of records, Elvis and Buddy Holly, and I just, something about it just made me super excited. I got into jazz a little bit later, and eventually into the Beatles, and I never understood the connection exactly between the Beatles and Louis Armstrong. What was it that I liked about all those things? And New Orleans putting it all in perspective. For me, one of the most recent discoveries for me is the music from 1955 to 1962, the pre-Beatles R&B rhythm and blues music that's mostly coming out of New Orleans. Whether it's the players are on there, but they're mostly on the R&B charts, so we didn't hear them on the mainstream Billboard charts up here. It's not the Rosemary Clooney playlist; it's the Wynonie Harris playlist. So if you do a little bit of research, and if you know some of the names, Spotify does have it all, but you just have to dig a little bit. So it's been super exciting to go back and get a couple of history books and say, oh, this person is very important. And we've memorized that for tests for years, but what do they sound like? Now you can go and hear who was Wynonie Harris, who was Roy Brown, Ruth Brown, all those musics that I didn't get a chance to grow up with, but heard hints of, that tainted everything else that I really fell in love with later. Tainted? Affected in a positive way. Tinged. And then also we're so fortunate in this city, I'm very excited with our Cuban musician friends who have come. And when I've gone down to New Orleans and met some friends down there, they're jealous that we have this Cuban influence, because in the early days, or back in the day, the prior to a certain blockade, 1959, or 62, I guess it was, but there was a real back and forth between Havana and New Orleans that I didn't really understand, and I've only just started to understand. But all those rhythms in the 50s rock, for me, they're straight from clave patterns. So I'm by no means any kind of expert on any of that sort of thing, but it just tickles me constantly. So I have a project coming up in mid-October. I'm playing at Ximenes, at the Ximenes Theater, for 4 nights. They asked me to do a solo thing and said, do whatever you want. What's your theme? So the theme I landed on was Billboard hits from 1950 to 1959. So I've just been printed off all those lists and see the one. Most of them are my playlist already anyways, but I've been working on those and just digging into them a little bit and seeing the connections. And, you know, again, if Rosemary Clooney had the hit on the mainstream Billboard, who had it on the R&B Billboard charts as well? So just doing a bit of digging, and it's just fascinating, just constantly opening things up. So that's sort of where I'm going to throw some things at you today, if you're okay with that. The gentleman playing piano before, I never got a chance to hear him before, but wow, that was fantastic. Nick Galachenko.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, don't introduce me as a stride piano player, or even coming from that tradition when there's piano players like that around, because I'm quite a heavy-handed, heavy-handed piano player is what I'm going for today. So we'll see. I'm working on my right hand and my left hand, as we always are until we die. But it's always great to have a wonderful instrument, so I'm excited to see if it speaks to me, or if I'm going to be just too loud and I should be playing Beat Up Old Upright. I'm not sure.
Let's find out.
Yeah, let's find out. Awesome.
So you just go.
Yeah, I've got a couple tunes. I'm not totally ready for this, but I'm gonna try a couple things, and then I get a chance to play with Peter and Kelby, Peter Douse, the amazing Peter Douse on the bass, and Kelby on a regular basis down at Pagliacci's. So hopefully they'll come up and join me as I start to break into tears about halfway through my set here. So let's try this. So this is one of the 50 songs. I think it's by Patience and Prudence had the hit. Does anybody know the tune? They were 2 sisters being exploited by their father for cheap innocence in an age of rock and roll. Anyways, this is a beautiful song. Steve Martin made it famous.
Tonight you belong to me. Although we're apart, you're a part of my heart. And tonight you belong to me. Way down by the stream, how sweet it will seem once more, just to dream under the moonlight. My honey, I know that with the dawn that you will be gone, oh, you will be gone. But tonight you belong to me. By the stream, how sweet it will seem once more. more, just a dream under the moonlight. My honey, I know with the dawn that you will be gone. But tonight you belong to me. I said tonight you belong to me, my sweet little me. Hey.
Awesome. I think that was supposed to be a duet, so Peter will work that up as a bit of a love thing for next time. Great tune. It makes me laugh. That was I think that was in the year rock and roll really hit was about 1956. Almost every song Elvis owned it. But prior to that, it was, I'm fascinated with the 50s because it's sort of half swing, it's sort of half cheesy, it's sort of very straight and white, and then there's this element of danger in it. So I just thought I'd pave the way. That's happening in the same year as, well, let's do this one. I don't think this is the same year, but this is Fats Domino. It's called I'm in Love Again. The sentiment is slightly different.
Yes, it's me and I'm in love again. Well, yes, it's me and who knows when. You know I love you, yes I do. And I'm saving all my love and just for you. Said you didn't own a woman no more. Ooh-wee, baby, ooh-wee. Baby, don't you let your dog bite me. Yes, it's me and I'm in love again. You're telling baby, but who knows when. You know I love you, yes I do. And I'm saving all my loving just for you. I need your loving and I need it bad. I'm like a dog and it's going mad. Ooh-wee, baby, ooh-wee. Baby, won't you send your love to me? Oh, in a minute and a mighty more. They told me you didn't want me no more. Ooh-wee, baby, ooh-wee. Baby, don't you let your dog bite me.
Oh, ridiculous. Thank you. Thank you. Little lyrically more dangerous there about love. Well, another one that was sort of, I think he rode the line really well in the 50s. This is about 1957. Buddy Holly entered the picture right around then, and I think he straddled that line between slightly dangerous and sweet innocence, and what a loss. I'd be so curious to hear what he would have done if he didn't pass in 59 there. Anyways, let's try this one.
Well, that'll be the day when you say goodbye, yeah, that'll be the day when you make me cry. Oh, you say you're gonna leave, you know it's a lie, 'cause that'll be the day when I die. Well, when Cupid shot his dart, he shot it at your heart, and if we ever part, then I'll leave you, baby. You say you love me, baby, and then you tell me maybe that someday, well, I'll be true. Well, that'll be the day when you say goodbye, yeah, that'll be the day when you make me cry. Oh, you say you're gonna leave, you know it's a lie, 'cause that'll be the day when you say goodbye, well, that'll be the day when you make me cry. Oh, you say you're gonna leave, you know it's a lie, 'cause that'll be the day when I die. Yeah. So, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Actually, there we go. Thank you very much. So we have to do some of that, don't we?
Yes, this is Elvis. I've been playing online a lot lately with like for Zoom services and all that sort of things. And one of the highlights of Zoom, I don't know if you've experienced this, is all the different filters where you can actually get that Elvis hair. I mean, you just have to imagine that right now. But I played a job this morning, and I had pink eyebrows for the entire time. It was absolutely fantastic. Some folks with disabilities, we do an online music thing. But anyways, just imagine. Baby, let me be your loving teddy bear. I'll put a chain around my neck, lead me anywhere. Oh, let me be your teddy bear. Thanks for the call back. Oh, baby, let me be around you every night. Run my fingers through your hair, cuddle you real tight. Oh, let me be your teddy bear. Well, I don't wanna be a tiger. The tigers play too rough, too up. I don't wanna be a lion. Lions ain't the kind you never know. I just want to be your teddy bear. Put a chain around my neck and lead me anywhere. Oh, let me be your teddy bear. Tigers play too rough. I don't wanna be a lion. A lion's ain't the kind you love and know. I just want to be your teddy bear. I'll put a chain around my neck and lead me anywhere. Oh, let me be, oh, let him be your teddy bear. Oh, let me be, let him be your teddy bear. God. Thanks for the callbacks, Gordon. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. It's so funny. It's trying to get some new material in my repertoire and playing solo, so it's a good experience, but I can feel like I'm not shaking, but I'm really quite nervous. New piano. It's really interesting, just the psychology. I read somewhere that you have to play publicly a song 3 times before you actually own it. So I really appreciate you guys being the first time for some of those. I got 2 more. Just got to set me up some more gigs, Kelby. I need 2 more gigs before I hit Shemanis for sure. But maybe if I bring my friends up here, I'll feel more relaxed. Or maybe not. I don't know. Have you met these guys? Let's do it. Peter, if we can bring Peter Douse to the stage and the amazing Kelby McNair, that would be awesome. I don't actually want you to play. If you could just rub my shoulder. What do you say, on the street where you live? Sure. Okay, there we go. This should be more comfortable. What is it? My Fair Lady came out, I think it was 56, and hit Broadway anyway. So this is from that, Lerner and Lowe, On the Street Where You Live. Yeah? I'll do it C. Yeah. I have often walked down the street before, and the pavement always stayed beneath my feet before. All at once am I several stories high, 'cause I'm here on the street where you live. Lilac trees in the heart of town. Can you hear the lark in any other part of town? Does enchantment pour out of every door? But it's here on the street where you live. Whoa, the towering feeling just to know somehow you are near. The overpowering feeling that any second you may suddenly appear. People stop and stare, they don't bother me, 'cause I know there's nowhere else on this earth that I'd rather be. Let the time go by, I don't care if I can be here on the street where you live. Just to know somehow you are near. Oh, the overpowering feeling that any second you may suddenly appear. People stop and stare, they don't bother me. Oh, I know there's nowhere else on this earth that I'd rather be. Let the time go by, I don't care if I can be here on the street where you live. Can be here on the street where you live.
Oh, thank you.
That feels better. Awesome. Thanks, you guys. Super great. How should we be budgeting our time at this juncture? Should I look at a clock? No? Just keep 2 more songs? 10 more songs?
Probably 2 more would be perfect.
2 more songs. Perfect.
I noticed we have a. This starts the kind of, you know how life seems to just speed up as you go? We're at that point in the afternoon already. We've got some wonderful momentum started and some incredible perspectives of piano, and now things are just gonna heat up all the way until we all go to bed. So, yeah, I'm excited.
Okay. Actually, this is.
Don't be afraid. My love is stronger. My love is stronger than your tears. Don't be afraid. My love is stronger, and I have promised to be always near. Don't be afraid. My love is stronger. My love is stronger than your fears. Don't be afraid. My love is stronger, and I have always promised to be always near. Sorry, I didn't know that. Sorry, I didn't know that one either. Thank you so much, Peter. Peter rolled with that one as I was figuring out the chords halfway through it. That's a great tune from the Voices United book there. Don't be afraid. I was saying that for myself, but glad you could join me on that. Thank you. What should we do? Music, love? No, not safe. I'm not safe. How's well, let's go with love. Let's go with the love theme. Sea of Love. Yeah? We'll go back to the 50s here, and I don't know who had the hit with this, but I heard Robert Plant do it in the 80s, but it is a 50s tune. That's the day I knew you were my pen. I wanna tell you just how much I love you. Come with me, my love, to the sea, the sea. Just how much I love you. Come with me to just how much I love you. Come with me to the sea. Oh, I love. Oh, do you remember when we met? That's the day I knew you were my pal. I wanna tell you just how much I love you. I love you. Awesome. Thank you guys. Oh my gosh. Peter Dowse, Kelly McNair.
That's Brooke Maxwell, everyone. Brooke Maxwell.
Oh yeah. I'm totally shaking. Are we gonna do one more? No, it's up to you. Oh really? I can get you off. I couldn't tell if that audience one is that a one. Yeah. Sure. Sure. And yeah, Ray Charles. Let's do what I say. Are we allowed to? We're not allowed to do game vocal callbacks here.
Oh, yeah.
Congregationally.
Did you wear a mask?
Okay. If you're wearing a mask, you're allowed to do the callbacks. I think that's the deal. See the girl with the diamond ring. She knows how to shake that thing. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Tell your ma, tell your pa, I'm gonna send you back to Arkansas. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my now.
See the girl with the diamond ring. She knows how to shake that thing, oh my. Oh my. Oh my now. Do what I say. Baby, 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 what I say. Oh, breakdown. I said, hey, ho, hey, ho, hey, ho. Baby, one more time. 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 I said, hey, ho, hey, ho, hey, ho. Baby, feel alright. Baby, feel alright. Baby, feel alright. Baby, feel alright. Baby, feel alright now. There you go. Calvin McNair, Peter Dowse. Thank you. Thanks so much. Yeah, you stay here all night, right? Thank you. Thank you.
Now, you might not know this, they might not know this, but none of them are getting paid. All these musicians, not only are they truly dear friends of mine personally and of this congregation, this musical adventure, and of the city, and they're just so giving and kind and warm-hearted, and I love them all, and I know you feel the same. So please, let's send Brooke off to his job at Pagliacci's tonight. Brooke Maxwell. Brooke is down there at Pagliacci's tonight playing with some other dear friends of ours, the great Joey Smith and Chris Fry. And this young man, this next gentleman we'd like to invite up to the stage, we were in touch with him, and he was working, teaching all this night, and it was not possible, except that he had a small cancellation, and he might be able to blaze over for just a second. So please help me put your hands together if he still has time for a tune. The great John Lee, everyone. John Lee.
7 minutes. Okay, so I'll just play like, I'll just play like 2 really short solo pieces to get out of here. You got it.
You may not know this, but John is a wonderful piano player. He's also a wonderful guitar player, a great bass player, a great drummer, and great educator. So we've invited John at this moment to play a couple of piano pieces, and I think at this time you will get to hear the full world of the piano, and I'm very excited. Thank you, John.
Yeah. Well, I gotta get out of here in about 8 minutes, so I'm just gonna play 2 very short pieces for you. And this is the piano, right? Yeah. So let's see what it is, you know. So I'll start out by playing an original composition of mine called "Life is a Beautiful Thing." sorry to make my visit here so brief, but I'll just play one more tune for you. Let's see what this piano can do. This is called Just One of Those Things.
John Lee, everybody, John Lee. I don't think I'm yet.
Good to see you, buddy, man.
Thank you, man, so much. So please keep your eyes open for John Lee. He does all sorts of amazing things in town, and you'll see him back here again very soon. Thank you, John.
Kelby.
Thank you, Brother Rock.
Kelby, why are all these amazing players coming and doing this for free?
Because I told them they'll make tons of money in the future. No, I didn't.
We have a full house here tonight. As far as COVID is concerned, we're pretty close to our capacity. Thank you all for wearing your masks. Thank you for coming. And Kelby, as everybody has arrived, they've put envelopes and cash in the bowl or in the piano, and they've done that so that we can purchase this instrument for the neighborhood, for the musicians, so that people will want to come here and perform. And it's a beautiful thing. I want to give an opportunity for those of you who are online and enjoying this online to find the link in that YouTube channel or to go to our website at jamesbayunited.com and find the link that says pledge to help us purchase this piano. And you will be reseated for your for the offering that you give, because this is a charitable endeavor, and we can issue a tax receipt for that. And as I said earlier in the evening, there is no donation that is too small. We will gratefully receive everything that you give to us, and anything over $20 will receive a charitable receipt. But there is also no contribution that is too big. Why are you laughing? Our goal is $28,000, and when we entered this evening, we had reached 47% of our goal. And yeah. And it's our hope that through tonight and through the month of October that we can not only hit our $28,000 but go over. So I would hope that you don't have this night come and go in your hearts, that you know that what we're trying to do is pay for this instrument so that it can stay here and entertain people for decades to come in this neighborhood, and that you'll give your friends an opportunity to contribute to this worthy endeavor as well. There's nothing like being disappointed if you didn't get a chance to give. It's true. It's true. So we might not think that the person sitting beside us wants to contribute something, but we haven't asked them. And so I would say, tomorrow I was at this great event, or I saw this great event online, and James Bay United Church and Tuesday Night Jazz at the church is purchasing this Yamaha C5 grand piano, and you should contribute as well. So there, how did I do?
It was fantastic.
Thank you.
And I just think it's going to work because, for whatever reason, all the harebrained schemes that we've come up with so far have. Like when we put it out to all the greatest piano players in the city to say, hey, do you want to come and play a gig? It's an awesome feature spot. And you don't get paid at all. Not a bit. No, none of us do. And they all wanted to do it. Like they said, yes, we would love to. And I was joking that I said I would give them lots of money in the future. We did talk about this, though, that we wanted it to be, that it was supported from the community, so that the people that we have in our upcoming concert schedule, you'll get a little taste of them tonight. They are the community. They are the musicians in this community. They are the piano players. And
who do we have coming up?
Well, we have someone who I suppose has been, you couldn't call him a house piano player, but he's probably been one of the most frequent visitors to Tuesday Night Jazz at the church. And that's because he's an amazing player, an amazing person, a scholar of the music, and has one of the biggest hearts in the business. And you can't really even call it a business because none of us do it because it's a business. I'm speaking of Dr. Toni Genge. He's a renowned classical composer. His works are performed all over the world by symphony orchestras, chamber orchestras, and soloists. He's also just a scholar of the instrument. He's put out a number of books of transcriptions, and he's taught for, I think it was 85 years in St. Francis. No. He taught for a while at Canada's oldest and most prestigious jazz program out at St. Francis Xavier and on the East Coast. And we're just so happy that he chose to relocate full-time to this city. So would you please put your hands together for Dr. Toni Genge.
Did you say I'm not getting paid?
Oh, no. Hey, Toni, do you want to join us in the hot seat for a second?
Okay.
This is fun, because, I mean, even when Toni Blodgett arrived today, she said, you didn't say there was going to be cameras. And I was like, oh, right. Or interviews. So I didn't tell you, Toni, but there's an interview. We didn't tell you because we just came up with it just before the show.
Well, this is one of the pros of COVID. All this
I
cameras,
know.
interviews, all this stuff we never did.
We didn't have any of
It's
this.
over the last year and a half or so.
Absolutely.
So now we're into a totally different
Oh yeah, we're
technological world.
We're way technologically savvy here.
It's probably the only good thing about COVID.
Perhaps. So Toni, I wanted to just say welcome.
Thank you.
As you know, you've got to play here perhaps more than anyone, and one of the things that we love about the physical space is the resonance of the space, but also the ability for a piano to speak in a room like this, to be able to play quiet acoustic music with no amplification, and also to be able to kind of get things really cooking. And so one of our endeavors was to provide an instrument for such great acclaimed pianists as yourself to come and play. So if you have $28,000, no.
This wasn't to ask for you.
This was the, would you consider...
Put me on the spot. Yeah.
So did you see, I don't know if you saw that, but Vanya in the office came up with the most tremendous piano donation fund box. But I was hoping you would speak a little bit about what a piano, an instrument does, and then also what an instrument does in your hands in a group, what makes the piano so important in jazz.
In terms of the piano itself, and I have to say, we've been using this for a little while now, this piano, which is a wonderful instrument, and really what you want from a piano is something that makes you really comfortable and want to play. There are sometimes I go to play a place and I'm just dreading it because I know I'm never going to get past the instrument itself. All night I'll be sitting there saying, this is wrong, this doesn't feel right. Good instrument like this one, you just come and you can make the music and not even think about it. It's right off the list in terms of what you need to do. Other times it just gets in the way. So this is a really a great instrument and a real pleasure to play. Then I can worry about the music kind of thing. Right?
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. And now the second part of the question, we've had a lot of different styles presented here, and I thought maybe you could talk just for a moment about how you came into having these kind of two worlds as a classical composer, but also your history as a jazz player, and how that influences you as a piano player today.
Well, I have kind of a strange trajectory in terms of that. I started out as a jazz musician in Vancouver a long time ago. And I played for quite a long time, played professionally, and then I went in other musical directions, working in classical music and writing for orchestras and things like that, and teaching. And then I started to get back into playing. People would call me and say, hey, we heard you used to play and we really need a piano player. And I wasn't planning to do that at all. And so I gradually shifted back into doing both of those kinds of things. And so, now I'm back to doing that an awful lot. And unlike maybe some pianists that you've even had today, I do quite a lot of playing with you and with trios and things like that, but I also do an awful lot of accompanying. And this is a great piano to go both ways. We've had people today who are like virtuoso soloists and that kind of thing, but it's also can be a very subtle instrument and allows you to do that kind of thing, which I enjoy an awful lot, I have to say.
Very cool.
If I'm just in the background, I've got a nice instrument, it's easy to do that. So, you want something that's flexible in terms of that kind of thing.
Yeah, wonderful. And I understand that tonight, maybe you'll play something, maybe you'll invite up a couple special guests for your set?
Well, I have to tell you, there's two musicians in the neighborhood who are two of my very favorite musicians, and I just can see them right now, in fact.
Oh, great!
And we've played for years now, and there's nobody I'd sooner play with. So, Kelby McNair and Peter Dowse.
Oh, wow. Maybe then we'll bring up Melinda. Sounds good to me.
We'd like to do a tune, an old, kind of a pop tune that was a hit way back in the early 1960s. And every time I play this tune, people come up to me and say, "What was the name of that tune?" I remember that tune, I just don't know what it was called. And it's a tune that you may have heard before. It's called "Coming Home, Baby."
at this point, we have a very special treat for you. A dear friend of ours named Melinda Whitaker has recently found her way back to Canada, and she is going to be gracing the stage here next Tuesday, October the 5th. And so we persuaded her to come on by. Actually, didn't take any persuading. She has a very big heart, and is going to come on up and sing a tune or two for you right now. Please welcome Melinda Whitaker. Now, as I was mentioning, the night starts to move a little faster now. We have our next great pianist has arrived, and we're very much looking forward to having him up shortly. And then we've just got action-packed evening the whole way. So we wanted to say, at this point, thank you so much. If any of you have to check out early, we just have loved having you here for whatever you have chosen to be able to be here for. We thank you very much. And we wanted to thank you for your contributions to the fund, which is really great. But this tonight is more than just about raising money to buy a wonderful concert piano. It's about community. It's about bringing together all these different musicians who often don't get to hear each other. Piano players like to have Brooke Maxwell in the room at the same time as Toni, Genge, and John Lee, and to have Pablo come in partway through Toni's set. And it's just a beautiful, wonderful thing. So we'd like to thank all of you for being a huge part of it and for making it happen, not just by your donations to the fund. That's helpful, absolutely, don't get me wrong, but by your hearts and being willing to be involved in this in the bigger way. Being willing to come and listen with open hearts is truly a gift that you give back to the musicians on stage, and coming and being a part of the audience, spreading the word. These are beautiful things, and we thank you for them. With no further ado, Melinda Whitaker.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Oh, good. Oh, yeah, the speakers are either side. Right, okay. So happy to be here.
Right on.
I was in lockdown in Costa Rica for 6 months. I couldn't get out of the country. I'm so happy to be home. Lovely. Yeah. Oh. So as long as I live,
Great.
readings,
Sounds good to me.
I can't leave.
Perfect.
Whatever pocket you.
All right, all right.
1, 2, 1. Maybe I can't live to love you as long as I want to. Life isn't long enough, baby, but I can love you as long as I live. Maybe I can't give you diamonds and things like I want to, but I can promise you, baby, I'm gonna want you as long as I live. Well, I never cared, now I'm scared, I won't live long enough. That's why I wear my rubbers. When it rains, I'll eat an apple every day, see the doctor anyway. What if I can't do to love you as long as I want to? Long as I promise you, baby, I'm gonna love you as long as I live. live to love you as long as I want to. Life just isn't long enough, baby. Ooh, I'm gonna love you as long as I live. And maybe I can't give you diamonds and things like I want to, but I can promise you, baby, I'm gonna want you as long as I live. Well, I never cared, now I'm scared, I won't live long enough. That's why I wear my rubbers when it rains. I'll eat an apple every day and see the doctor anyway. What if I can't live to love you as long as I want to? Long as I promise you, baby, I'm gonna love you. Oh, I'm gonna love you. Oh, baby. Oh, darling. Oh, sweetie. Mr. Man, baby, I'm gonna love you as long as I live. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks, Tony. I'm walking, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Little I'm walking.
A little slower than that.
I'm walking, yes indeed, I'm talking about you and me. I'm hoping you'll get back to me. Hey, hey, I'm lonely as I can be. I'm waiting your company. I'm hoping, I'm praying you'll come back to me. Hey, what you gonna do when Wilkins cry? Gonna run away and hide. I'm gonna run right by your side. For you pretty baby, I'd even die walking. Yes indeed, and I'm talking about you and me. I'm hoping you'll come back to me. Yes, indeed, I'm talking about you and me. I'm hoping you'll come back to me. Hey, I'm lonely as I can be. I'm waiting your company. I'm hoping, I'm praying you'll come back to me. Yeah. What you gonna do when your well runs dry? You're gonna run away and hide. You're gonna run right by your side. For you pretty baby, I'd even die. I'm walking, yes indeed, and I'm talking about you and me. I'm hoping, yeah, you'll come back to me. I'm hoping and praying you come back to me. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Have you? All right, everyone. I don't know what time it is, but I do know that it is time to keep the action rolling. Would you please help me in thanking our dear friend and very special guest, Dr. Toni Genge at the piano. Dr. Toni Genge. And the very dear Peter Douse, everyone. Peter Douse. And at this time, I'd like to invite to the stage, by way of the hot seat, a very dear friend and a longtime musical collaborator and one of the greats, Maestro Pablo Cardenas. So I didn't tell you about this because we just made it up when I got here today, and the idea is kind of cool. So everyone, this is my friend Pablo Cardenas. Originally from Matanzas in Cuba, if I'm not mistaken, or are you? Yeah, you are from Matanzas. Yeah. Okay. I went to Matanzas because I fell in love with the music that also Pablo fell in love with. There's a very special music called rumba that you may know. One of the most important parts of that tradition came from right in Matanzas. There's two different maybe styles, but one of the very important folkloric groups, Los Muñequitos de Matanzas and Afro Cuba de Matanzas, came from there. So I got on a bus and just found my way there and fell in love with his music. We didn't actually meet there, but we met back here, and Pablo embodies all of the folkloric music of Cuba, which is not just rumba by any means. There's all the beautiful traditions of danzón and contradanzón and son and salsa, and Pablo can tell you everything. He's kind of consummate not only in the folkloric music, the street music, the cultural music of Cuba, but also, I believe you came up in a classical tradition, if I'm not mistaken, in the conservatories. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
And so would I be correct in thinking, due to the political alliances, that would be kind of like almost a Russian piano technique, like a Soviet?
Yeah.
Wow, fascinating. So tell me about what it was like for you growing up. You were a young boy, I guess, and you wanted to play the piano?
Yeah, that's correct. It happened very organically. In Cuba, when you get to third grade on kindergarten, we all go to a school where like we pass through an audition, and they test your musical skills, and they select the best of those to join the music school. And in that school, it's very intense. So you do all the normal school in the morning, and then you do all the music in the afternoon.
Wow.
So it's like long days, like 7 a.m. till like 6 p.m. And we got to have like piano lessons, like was long ones, and we used to do like 2 every week. So you'll have like a homework that you have to, figure out what to do, how to practice in a couple of days to go back the same week. And
you probably didn't have a piano in your house.
Not at the moment, so the school will provide rooms where you could practice.
Okay.
But it's still difficult because you have to do the homework for the normal school. And
wow.
So very intense, and teacher will take it really serious. And so you had to get a certain mark if you wanted to stay the next year.
Okay.
So it was like always pressure, and we will perform all the time. A lot of auditions through the years, and a lot of activities where like you test your, and then you get experience. So it was great. It's intense, but I'm glad I did it.
And was that from like sort of grade 3 all the way?
You go all the way to grade 9, and then you continue in Havana from grade 10 until 12, and then you continue for another 5 years at the Superior Institute.
Wow.
That's how they call it. And then you are like, you have a degree in classical.
Wow.
Which I found out when I compare with musicians in here that I ended up like studying for like as many years as people that have a master.
I would think so.
In here.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's like the Russian conservatory method, they call it.
Fascinating.
But, yeah.
And so you would play all the classical repertoire.
Yeah, I know every year you will do like, there will be a technical audition, and there will be 4 recitals that you do. And each recital you have to perform all the different styles. So Baroque, Bach, you have to play the classics like Mozart, Haydn. Then you have to play the romantics, like Liszt, Chopin.
And how modern did it get in classical music? Were you playing
And then you have to
Stravinsky or
play
Prokofiev?
contemporary,
Okay.
Stravinsky and
Wow.
Prokofiev. And you have to play the Cuban classics.
Okay.
So it was like
wonderful.
a super long recital. And then it's open to all the students, and then the jury, and then they give you a mark.
Oh, I want to go. Do you all want to go? Yeah, let's all get reborn as young Cuban musicians. It's going to be great.
And we wasn't allowed to play Cuban music at the school.
Okay, so Cuban classical composers, yes. Like De Falla, was he a Cuban classical? Or
The Fias, yeah. Fias, Cervantes, Lecuona.
Yes, yeah, Ernesto Lecuona. Yeah. Wow. But so even though we can't get into all the history here, but the history of, you know, the Spanish colonial bringing in court music and basically bringing in Cuban musicians, training them in the court music so that they could play court music, and then like the danzón and all that stuff, even though that all had occurred, you couldn't play that. Was that considered Cuban, like sort of street music?
That's on the category of Cuban classical.
Okay.
So what was not allowed yet at the school was like the most popular music, like the street, the rumba and stuff.
And son?
Yeah, son, there is like classical music that sounds like son.
Okay.
But they didn't want you to be part of a band and like kind of like lose your focus.
Right on. Wow.
But in the classical music, there was a lot of popular music. So, you know, the Spanish came, then they joined, like, you know, families mixed with like a Spanish and African women. And the sons, the kids, some of them will go to Europe and study in Europe and interact with, you know, that music in Europe and that culture. So when they will come back, they will bring all that, and then they will make it their own in Cuba. So many of the great Cuban composers, they met Chopin, Liszt, and sometimes they study at the same conservatory in many of the cases. So Cuba already had popular music in the classical music. So it's not, I realized that I wasn't so disconnected when I started to play jazz, because the Cuban classical music has so much inside it already.
Wow.
So it wasn't so much contrast as I thought.
Well, I would love to just, as you can tell, I would love to talk to Pablo all night long, but you would probably also like to hear him play. So why don't we move over to the piano? And I haven't got to ask you how or when you started learning jazz, so that now we've got 3 languages: the classical music, the Cuban contemporary music, and the jazz language. And so
the jazz came at the, I would say, at the very end of the, when I was at school, there was a lot of interchange, like students from the States and Canada would come and join students from Cuba, and we'll make like a big band, and that's how I found out about. We didn't have a lot of information, but every time those interchanges happen, you get to hear a new standard, a new way, and talking with them. And so it was like a little group of students interested in jazz in the school. So we started to jam and figure it out on our own, and get more and more excited about it. after a few years, that's how you do. You just like start listening solos and transcribe it and figure it out. And if you want to do it, you figure it out. Right? So that's how it happened, very organic and not very structured, but we had a lot of passion and desire. So,
Wonderful.
and the Cuban music rhythm help you because it's very rich. So you can apply it to the jazz soloing. So
Wonderful. All right. Well, so what have you got planned for us this evening? Oh, Sarah's sick.
yeah. Okay, so yeah, we can play some Cuban music, some Brazilian. I like to play Brazilian things too. It's very connected to the Cuba culture, and yeah, let's see what happens.
All right. Do you want to do anything solo, or you want us up with you?
Okay, yeah.
Pablo Cardenas. Pablo Cardenas. All right, continuing right along with our regularly scheduled program, I'd like you to please help me welcome to this stage a man with a very huge heart and a very wonderful story to tell. His stories are told by words and by his piano playing and by what he chooses not to play. He is a man who I just utterly love. Would you please put your hands together for David Vest, everyone? David Vest.
I'll get it.
Now, David,
it's harder than it looks.
I know. They call it the hot seat because it's so uncomfortable and tricky on this. Now, David, I have been a huge fan of your playing, and I've always been delighted whenever I get to play. Oh, well, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And I kind of feel like you're going to tell all the stories we need to hear anyway, so I don't really need to ask you too much, do I?
Well, Pablo told the story I was going to tell. So I might have to lie.
Well, I look forward to that, sir. I look forward to that. Well, let me just say that it's always been a huge pleasure to have you here at Tuesday Night Jazz at the church, and I'm just tickled that you're here, and I'm excited for whatever you're going to do tonight.
Okay, you going to play with me?
I'm at your disposal, sir.
And where's Peter?
He's right over there. If he's not eating a donut, he's ready to play.
We'll have no resting among musicians.
All right, Peter, you're back up. Everyone, David Vest. David Vest.
You should be standing up when you're off the stage.
And for the musicians, I know it's hard to leave such great piano players, but there is a green room in the back with donuts and coffee.
Oh, I was supposed to share those? Well, let's see. I got the first 12. That was, of course, Pine Top's Boogie Woogie, written, strangely enough, by Pine Top. Clarence Smith from South Alabama, whose mother called him Pine Top because he was always climbing trees. Also played brilliantly by Pine Top Smith's protege, Pine Top Perkins, several generations later. That's the only thing we can play by him because he was killed before he could make another record. He gave us this one thing, but what a wonderful thing it is, Pine Top's Boogie Woogie. Of course, when Tommy Dorsey played it, he called it Tommy Dorsey's Boogie Woogie. You know, The guy's dead, he won't care. Okay, let's stay in that same key. Well, see, rider, see what you have done. See, rider, see what you have done. Well, you made me love you. Now your other man is gone. Rest easy, rider. I'll do you no harm. Rest easy, rider. I would never do you harm. But all you wanted from me was someone to keep you warm. from you, baby, ain't coming back at all. C.C. Ryder, a song that goes back into the 19th century. I like to play at least one song that's older than I am, and they're getting harder to find. I know another one that's older than me. I'm going to play it for you now. All these songs are on one of our new CDs. I have 2 of them coming out on Friday. If the right one don't get you, the left one will. And the one that these are from is called Live at Herman's. Because after all these years of people coming to see me at Herman's Jazz Club, I thought it's time we recorded there. And they did a real good job. We will be at Herman's Jazz Club again on October the 16th, which is a Saturday night, they tell me. And we'd love to see you down there. And it'll be much better than this. Because I'll practice before then.
Sounds great to me.
Yeah, well, we're all doing what we can. This song I'm going to play you now is one that everyone thinks they know. Everybody in the world thinks they know it. The title is When the Saints Go Marching In. But I have to tell you who the saints were. Some of you have heard this story before. The saints referred to in this song were all the people from the lower class religions, the poor black folks, especially who had been slaves and who'd been living as sharecroppers and moved into the city and didn't know how to read or write, couldn't go to the fancy churches, didn't even know about them. All the people that the better elements of society didn't want to associate with. All the people out there on the margins and the fringes. All the people that aren't welcome when the people in control sit down at their banquet tables. It's when those folks come marching in. And, do you want to be in that number when all the people that have been left out finally get included? So that's what this song's about. In the key of G, that's what it's about. Come on, boys. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. When the saints marching in, when the saints go marching in, oh, I want to be in that number. When the saints go marching in, when the sun refuses to shine, when the sun refuses to shine, don't you want to be in that number with me, honey? When the sun refuses to shine. Cease to roam and plunder. Don't you want to be in that number when the saints go marching in? Oh, when the saints marching in, when the saints go marching in, I want to be in that number. Yeah, when the saints go marching in. step down, I just want to thank Kelby and Peter and Gordon for all the work they've done to bring jazz music right into this space for so long now. If only they'd done it when I was living in James Bay.
I know. I got to walk right down here. Stolen the donuts while you were playing.
One more time, David Beck. David Beck. Okay. At this time, everyone, we'd like to invite a very special guest. This is a gentleman who originally is from Victoria and spent many years out in Toronto and is now, I believe, at least making a bigger part of his home here in Victoria. His name is Attila Fias. He's a Hungarian, let's see, are you Hungarian born, Attila?
Yes.
Hungarian born, a wonderful pianist. Again, a pianist who brings together multiple languages, oh, should I stand closer to this microphone? Is that what's happening here? Again, a wonderful pianist who brings together multiple musical languages blended into his own sound, his love affair with classical music, with Brazilian music, with jazz, and innumerable different world music traditions, permeates everything he does, and we're so excited to have him here on stage. Please welcome Attila Fias. So, Attila, we've been sort of expanding into these like long, fantastic discussions where I get to ask my friends all these, well, the thing is that I ask all these questions that I've always wanted to know, and we'll just have to go for coffee. So you'll just have to tell them a little bit about yourself, because otherwise I take too long.
Sit here or where?
Yeah, sit here, right here. So in like 12 words or less, where do you come from? What do you love? And
oh my God.
Thanks for coming.
Okay, Hungary, music, and you're welcome.
Oh, fantastic. There we go. Attila Fias.
No. Yes, I'm multi sort of national, I guess. Born in Hungary, raised there, raised in Sweden, raised in Canada, in Toronto, and my parents have been coming, or actually they've lived here for about 20 years, and I've been coming here for 20 years, several times a year. I may have seen some of you, and I love it here. Anyway, so in December I decided to move here permanently. Yeah. All right, thanks. And I do, now I've reversed everything, so now I'm visiting Toronto, but living here, and I love it. And it's nice to be near family, but it's also nice to be in this wonderful city and all the beautiful nature. And anyway, I don't have to convince you. And what do I love? I love playing music. I love composing music. I love traveling, which is not happening right now, but musically traveling. So I like to do. I like to mix various sort of cultures, much like many of my colleagues do, with jazz. So Brazilian, I've traveled there, I speak the language. I was, anyway, I won't go into detail, but there's more to that story. Hungary, of course, which is my country of birth. India, and a few other things. But I'm going to give you a little sampling of that tonight.
Wonderful.
If you'll allow me. I'll start with just a solo piano piece. Normally I do it as a trio, but I'm going to do a solo piano rendition of a Brazilian-styled samba, which I wrote. And that's called Boas Novas, which means good news.
Right on.
And I want to just say this is the first time I'm going to be playing this wonderful instrument. I really look forward to it, and I'm really hoping that the church gets to, we get enough money and we get to keep it and so on. So
yeah, we want to know what you think.
Oh yeah, let's give it a try.
Okay.
Oh, it's great. Okay. Okay, going to go into something Hungarian right away. This is something I wrote fairly recently. And if you've ever been to Budapest or been to, well, specifically Budapest, I guess, in Hungary, there's a river that goes right through the center of the city, the Danube. And if you go down to that, the shore of the Danube, and especially at night, it's all lit up. It's a really wonderful atmosphere, really wonderful feeling. Anyway, that's what I'm trying to describe in this tune. It's called Evening by the Danube. Can you see that there? Okay. These guys have never played this, obviously. Can you help me? It's in 3/4. Just follow along. All right.
I'm going to do a little intro and then I'll bring you in, okay?
let's do a standard. Let's do I Should Care.
I should care.
Right
Yeah,
there.
I should check it out.
32 bars. This is a standard called I Should Care. Beautiful tune that I just started playing fairly recently. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, right. Yeah, give it up for these guys. They just jump in and play wherever we need them to play. So Kelby and Peter, yeah, nice.
Is that done slower usually?
It goes a ballad, done different ways. Yeah. Kelby's just checking here. Oh, got one more. All right. Well, so we can do like a sort of a. The night has 1,000 eyes. Yeah. You want to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So this is another standard called "The Night Has 1,000 Eyes." I wonder what that actually means. I guess it just means all kinds of stars. There you go. Or people peeping. I know, a million different things. All right. Talk amongst yourselves later about that. All right. So maybe like a Latin thing into the swing. That whole thing. And this one. Let's do a little bit. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. We won't even say that. It's like talking about when you get a new cat. You keep the cat. The cat stays forever. Thank you also to Peter Douse, the wonderful Peter Douse. At this time, it gives me great pleasure. Thank you for not just filming my belt for the entire time. Sorry.
We have a couple of thank yous.
Yes, we have a ton of thank yous. You go first.
Well, you've already said thank you to Peter, but oh my God, like all night long. Like all night long.
He does it for the donuts.
There have been so many people who have been contributing online and contributing right up until this night and will continue to contribute in the coming weeks so that this piano can stay with us. And I want to thank each and every one of you. I do not have a list right now because we don't have somebody in the back doing a tally. And there's a bowl here and a piano here that's full of checks and cash, which is going to help us own this instrument. But we will publish a list of our donors sometime in the weeks to come.
Yes.
And I just want to say thank you very, very much from the entire neighborhood of James Bay for contributing to music for decades into the future. Thanks very, very much. Kelby, you've just been amazing connecting with all the musicians and making sure that people were here at their allotted spots, and we only went an hour and a half over our time. No. We only went a little bit over our time, and there's still some beautiful things to come this evening.
Yes, indeed.
Karen, Reverend Dickey, thank you for being here tonight and for your words. Appreciate you a lot. Yeah. And it's yours now.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank you, Gordon. I can thank you even though we're like, we're the kibitzers on the hot seats, but it's been such a pleasure when we put our heads together about this series from the get-go to building the series and being able to imagine it happening and imagine all the musicians that could come together and imagine all the people who could come and be part of it. It truly is a thing that we talk about where there's a circle. There's the inspiration that happens on the stage between musicians and between their past and present and futures that's happening inside them. But there's this incredible part that happens with you, and it cannot happen without you. It's this opportunity to share what we love with people who are open to receive it, and it truly goes back to us, and we do it for, I think that's a big part of the reason why we do it. So thank you to each and every one of you, for coming tonight and for coming on all our previous nights and hopefully for coming many years into the future. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your contributions, but most importantly, thank you for being here and allowing this to happen. Thank you. Now, at this time, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our final artist of the evening. She is a woman who, for me, whether she knows it or not, has been a massive mentor and an inspiration to me, and I consider each moment I get to spend with her on or off the bandstand quite a gift and often a huge learning opportunity for me, both about music and life and many things. She is I consider her a dear friend, but also just a huge musician. And when we first started imagining this concert series, she was one of the first people that I imagined coming to fill this place with the Holy Spirit, all that happens in music and that we're able to transcend in our best human moments through imagination, heart, hands, instrument, sound waves to people. She is a very deep artist in that capacity, and I appreciate her very much. Would you please help me welcome to the stage the wonderful Ms. Louise Rose, everyone. Louise Rose. I wore these just for you.
Oh my Lord, mercy.
I knew you'd like them.
Oh, I do.
I thought it's a good thing they're not a size too small or you'd be wanting them.
What size are they?
They're sized mine.
Oh, shoot. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm happy to talk to you.
Okay.
I just don't want to sit on that stair.
I don't blame you. Well, thank you so much for being here this evening.
Pleasure.
Thank you for coming and being willing to take this very special spot. We started the whole afternoon off, you may not know this, but with Toni Blodgett.
I know, dude.
You know?
I read.
Oh, well.
I read all about it.
Fantastic.
Yes.
So you can tell me what we're doing.
I wish I was able to be here for the entire time.
We want to hear what you said.
Okay. I said, for those of you who weren't listening, I wish I'd been able to be here the entire time. But I have this other gig called teaching. So that's what I was doing until 8:20.
Well, we're sure glad you came. Thank you for making
I'm delighted to be here. Absolutely.
Now, I've had the good fortune to ask many of our guest artists this evening about their start or their inspirations, their training, their life path, their love of pianos, what a piano does, what makes a piano sing. These are all great questions But I'd also like to just ask you, is there anything you'd like to say about what it means perhaps to have an instrument to play, or this instrument in this space?
I have had many opportunities to meet pianos. Each piano has a personality, and it has a spirit. And what I try to do is find where I am in that. Now we meet. And so I'm delighted to meet this Yamaha. I've met you before, darling. And this piano will stay here. We're not hoping. This piano will be here. And so there are some things I want to play.
Wonderful.
Okay. I am wearing my happy socks.
They're lovely.
They were given to me by Joan Bacchus.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. So, thank you. Thank you. Happy talk, keep talking happy talk. Talk about things you'd like to do, like have a piano in the church. If you ain't got a dream, you know you gotta have a dream. How you gonna have a dream come true?
the safest place in the whole wide world is within the will of God. Oh, trials come, great and small, just stay in the will of God. Come what may, from day to day, keep the faith and be still. It remains to be seen what God can do, but to the one who submits to his will, in his will, in his will, in his will, in his will. It remains to be seen what God can do in his will. 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 It remains to be seen. It remains to be seen. It remains to be seen what God can do in his will.
have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Everyone, Louise Rose.
Oh, Kelby. So I have one more thing before I turn it over to Kelby to say goodnight. There are some hidden artists, and I'm correcting a mistake by not mentioning this hidden artist before earlier this evening. Our good friend of Tuesday Night Jazz at the church, Robert Detling, not only is our camera person, helps us with providing equipment and working it so professionally and integrating himself into the story that you've seen tonight. But Robert is also a very fine piano technician and has set this instrument up for us this evening, tuned it, did some regulation and some tone voicing on it. Robert, thank you so very much. You can finish it off.
Well, everyone, truly this has been just, to say a heart-filling delight would be almost an understatement. It has been joyous, it has been hilarious, it has been inspiring, it has been hugely encouraging and gratifying, kind of awe-inspiring actually. For me, when Gordon and I put our heads together to dream up this idea, to imagine these artists coming together, to imagine you all being here, helping to make it happen, not just through the bowl. Yes, the bowl is hugely important, but honoring the music that is yet to come, and helping us provide a piano that can allow the incredible piano players with whom we're blessed to have in our midst, to allow them a place where they can come and create this music, this shared vibration, this spirit transforming art form that we're all so passionate about. It's been slightly sore on my cheeks from smiling. It's been so wonderful to see the piano players. Now, a lot of piano players were coming from somewhere or going to somewhere, but to see the piano players who could stay and listen to each other was really just beautiful for me, to hear the absolute world of piano that we heard tonight, the diversity of inspiration, the diversity of touch, of tone, of things that bring that spirit joy shared with us. So I am deeply grateful to each and every one of them for bringing their gifts and offering them to us all to share and in support of this wonderful endeavor. So I am humbled and inspired and grateful to each of the artists who came, not only the pianists, I should name them all by name: Brooke Maxwell, Toni Blodgett, Toni Genge. Let's see, we had Gordon Miller, we had Alex Taylor, he's a gentleman from the congregation here who I just, say again? Nick, last name, Galachenko, and our dear friend from All About Jazz podcast, so forgive me, your name has completely escaped me all the way. Larry, thank you so much, Larry. David Vest, Pablo Cardenas, Attila Fias, and Louise Rose. And also hanging out and joining in the spirit so beautifully. Thank you to Peter Dowse on the bass. Thank you. Thank you to all the artists. Thank you to all the people behind the scenes, to Reverend Karen, to Robert, to Gordon, to everyone for making this all happen, and so much to all of you, both who are here in the physical space and those of you who are tuning in via the online stream. Thank you so much. We love you madly, and we will see you again very soon. Thank you from all of us at Tuesday Night Jazz.